We are determined that Universitas Diponegoro will continue to strengthen its competitiveness on the international stage, fulfilling its vision as a world-class university by producing exceptional and highly skilled graduates.
The first university is from Indonesia, Diponegoro University.
With a new spirit and tagline, noble and valuable, we are confident Undip can make a meaningful contribution to local and global communities.
Undip
bermartabat, bermanfaat. Ada perubahan nggak hari kedua ya?
Kalau misalnya pertama bisa heboh ini apa gitu?
Tapi kan hari kedua katanya nggak seheboh ini, harusnya sih nggak sering.
Rundown-nya.
Tapi yang rundown kemarin
Itu nanti.
thank you to Diponegoro University's Japanese Art Cultural Unit for a very wonderful and captivating performance, who in the last 5 years won first place at the National Students Art Week and first place at the Regional Student Art Week. Now, good morning, distinguished guests, honorable speakers, and all delegates. A warm welcome to our first day of our International Conference.
Good morning, everyone. Wow, look at the wonderful energy filling this hall today. How are you feeling this morning, Sakti?
I'm doing fantastic. Honestly, I've been looking forward to this moment all week, bringing together two prestigious scientific events, the 11th Annual International Conference on Energy, Environment, and Sustainability, and the 8th Annual Scientific Meeting of the Indonesian Groundwater Expert Association under one roof.
It absolutely is. We are honored to host an extraordinary gathering of researchers, hydrogeology experts, policymakers, and scholars from all across the globe. Before we move on, we would like to thank our VIP guests, Dr. Lana Saria, SSI, MSI,
Dr. Agustina Wilujeng Pramestuti, SSMM,
Profesor Sudarto, PhD, MES, PhD,
Profesor Insinyur Muhammad Agung Wibowo, MM, MSc, PhD,
Insinyur Agus Cahyono Adi, STMT,
Bapak Agus Sugiharto, STMT,
Insinyur Ferry Kunto Aji, ST,
Insinyur Bambang Tirto Yuliono, MM,
and Profesor Dr. Insinyur Hadianto, STMC, IPU. And we extend our deepest gratitude to our sponsor, PT Tirta Fresh Indo Jaya,
PT Tirta Investama,
PT Aman Mineral Nusa Tenggara,
PT Merdeka Copper Gold,
PT Hana Integrasi Solusi,
PT Sumbawa Timur Mining,
PT Industri Jamu dan Farmasi Sido Muncul TBK,
PT Sariguna Prima Tirta,
PT Bandangan Tirto Agung,
PT Sukovindo,
PT Jarum Kudus,
Amdatara,
Aspar Minas,
Laboratorium Hidrogeologi dan Hidrogeokimia Tambang ITB,
PT Harita Nikel,
PT Solusi Bangun Indonesia,
PT Semen Gresik,
Groundwater Working Group,
PT Semen Grobogan,
PT Adi Persada Beton.
and BTN Tembalang. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to mark the official commencement of today's international conference, we kindly request everyone to stand as we sing our national anthem, Indonesia Raya.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. To seek blessings, wisdom, and guidance for our proceedings today, may we welcome Haldis Alana Bahar to lead us for a moment of prayer.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi dan salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Untuk mengawali kegiatan pada pagi hari ini, marilah kita menundukkan kepala sejenak seraya memanjatkan doa kepada Tuhan Yang Maha Esa menurut agama dan keyakinan kita masing-masing. Izinkan saya memimpin doa menurut agama tuntunan Islam. A'udzubillahi minasyaitonirrajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Hamdan syakirin, hamdan naimin. Hamdan yuwafi ni'amahu wa yukafi'u mazidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi li jalali wajhikal karim wa azimi sultanik. Allahumma sholli ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali Sayyidina Muhammad. Segala puji hanya milik Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, Tuhan semesta alam, atas limpahan rahmat, nikmat, dan karunia-Mu. Pada hari ini kami dapat berkumpul dalam keadaan sehat untuk mengikuti rangkaian kegiatan ICENIS 2026 in conjunction with PAAI. Ya Allah, ya Alim, Zat yang Maha Mengetahui, Engkaulah sumber segala ilmu dan hikmah. Anugerahkanlah kepada kami ilmu yang bermanfaat, pemahaman yang mendalam, serta kebijaksanaan dalam berpikir dan bertindak. Jadikanlah forum ini sebagai sarana untuk menambah wawasan, mempererat kolaborasi, melahirkan inovasi, serta menghadirkan solusi yang bermanfaat bagi keberlanjutan lingkungan, kemajuan ilmu pengetahuan, dan kesejahteraan umat manusia. Ya Allah, ya Rahman, ya Rahim, limpahkanlah rahmat dan keberkahan-Mu kepada seluruh penyelenggara, para pimpinan, peserta, serta seluruh pihak yang telah berkontribusi dalam terselenggaranya konferensi ini. Berikanlah kesehatan, kelancaran, keikhlasan, dan kemudahan kepada kami semua dalam mengikuti setiap rangkaian kegiatan hingga selesai. Satukanlah dan hati dan langkah kami dalam semangat dan persaudaraan, saling menghargai, serta kerjasama yang dilandasi kejujuran ilmiah, integritas, dan tanggung jawab. Bukakanlah pikiran kami agar mampu menerima ilmu, bertukar gagasan, serta menghasilkan pemikiran yang memberikan manfaat bagi masyarakat, bangsa, dan dunia. Ya Allah, ya Rabbal Alamin, bimbinglah setiap ikhtiar kami agar senantiasa berada di jalan yang Engkau ridhoi. Jadikanlah setiap ilmu yang diperoleh, setiap gagasan yang lahir, dan setiap kolaborasi yang terjalin sebagai amal jariah yang terus memberikan manfaat bagi generasi sekarang maupun generasi yang akan datang. Ya Allah, Engkau Maha Pengampun lagi Maha Penyayang. Ampunilah dosa dan khilaf kami, dosa kedua orang tua kami, para guru, para pemimpin, serta seluruh kaum muslimin dan muslimat yang telah mendahului kami. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you. May our gathering today yield profound knowledge, fruitful discussion, and lasting conference.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now move into the welcoming remarks from our distinguished committee leaders and university leadership. To begin, it is our privilege to invite the chair of the 11th International Conference on Energy, Environment and Sustainability, Dr. Tri Laksmi Indeswari, SH.MH, to deliver her welcoming address. Dr. Tri Laksmi, the floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Distinguished keynote speakers, invited speakers, respected research academician, representative from industry, government, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of the organizing committee, it is my great honor and pleasure to welcome you all to the 11th International Conference on Energy Environmental Information System 2026. We are delighted to host this prestigious conference, which brings together experts, scholars, research professionals, and industry leaders from around the world. This year, we are especially proud to organize this conference in collaboration with the Indonesian Groundwater Expert Association. We sincerely appreciate this valuable partnership, which has contributed significantly to the success of this event and further strengthened the network between university, industry, and government institutions. The conference covers 4 major areas of great significance: energy, environmental, information system, and groundwater. This multidisciplinary area reflects our shared commitment to advancing science and technology for sustainable development and improving the quality of life worldwide. We are pleased to announce that, Alhamdulillah, the conference received an overwhelming response with 180 paper submissions. Following a peer review process conducted, 111 high-quality papers with authors from Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, India, Syria, Netherlands, Uzbekistan have been selected for presentation. These accepted papers reflecting the truly international character of this conference. This year, this conference, in conjunction with the 8th Annual Scientific Meeting of Indonesian Groundwater Experts Association. We are honored to welcome approximately 250 participants. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to our keynote speakers, invited speakers, reviewers, sponsors, organizing committee, partners, volunteers, and every participants whose dedication and contribution have made this conference possible. We hope this conference will inspire new ideas, initiate meaningful collaboration, and generate innovative solutions to the complex challenges facing our world. Finally, I wish you all an inspiring and enjoyable conference. May the next 2 days provide valuable scientific discussion, fruitful collaboration, and memorable experience. Once again, thank you very much for your participation. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tri Laksmi Indeswari, for your inspiring opening address and for setting such a welcoming tone for this conference.
Next, we cordially invite the chair of the 8th Annual Scientific Meeting of Indonesian Groundwater Expert Association, PAAI, Insinyur Narulita Santi ST MN, to deliver her speech. Ibu Narulita, the floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. First and foremost, please allow me to extend my highest respect and warm welcome to our distinguished guests and our distinguished keynote speaker, and all for the VIP guests, our esteemed panelists, invited speaker, moderator, representative for the university, government, institution, research organization, industry, professional, association, sponsor, and kolega, and all of conference participants. Good morning, warm greetings to all. All praise, gratitude to God Almighty for His blessing, which allow for the gather today in 8th annual meeting of Indonesian Groundwater Expert Association for PAAI and held conjunction with the 11th International Conference on Energy, Environment, Information System of ICENIS for 2029. And I'm so very happy for this time. We would like to express for the sincere gratitude to SPS Universitas Diponegoro, Prof. Agung, and for the representative of the Provincial Energy and Mineral Resources Office of the Central Java, Bapak Agus Sugiharto, thank you very much for your support, and of course for the Indonesian Groundwater Expert Association PAAI, Pak Irwan, thank you very much for our conjunction for this time. We would also like to express for the sincere appreciation for the Semarang City Government about particularly the Semarang City Special Planning Office for its commitment to persevering for the Sumur Sri Gunting in Semarang, one for the Indonesian old historical wells built in 1841, in Kota Lama, Semarang, Old Town, near Blenduk Church. This remarkable well will never run dry and stand up for the testament for the city-rich groundwater heritage. And thank you to Semarang City Government, its continued dedicated for the product protecting for the invaluable for the legacy for the future generation. And of course, our sincere gratitude for the all, our sponsor for the Tirta Fresindo Jaya, PT Tirta Investama, Aman Mineral Nusa Tenggara, Merdeka Copper, and Sumbawa Timur Mining, Hana Integrasi Solution for the industry jamu, farmasi Sido Muncul, Sarigama Prastimin, and Bandar Gila Tirto Agung, and for all our sponsor for this day, thank you very much. And of course, of the behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to express for the heartfelt appreciation for everyone who has contributed for the success conference for the all committee. Thank you very much. And for the last, may the international conference strengthen collaboration among the global Indonesian groundwater expert, growing for the practical solution to address regional groundwater challenge, then build more sustainable for the future. And I hope for this conference make the good collaboration for our. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you to Insinyur Narulita Santi for her insightful remarks and for highlighting the valuable collaboration between the Indonesian Groundwater Expert Association, PAAI, and the International Conference on Energy, Environment, and Sustainability.
Now, it is our utmost honor to welcome the Dean of the School of Postgraduate Studies, Professor Insinyur Muhammad Agung Wibowo, MMM SC PhD, to deliver his welcoming speech. Professor Agung, the floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Allahumma sholli ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali Sayyidina Muhammad. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Distinguished professor, distinguished speaker, my colleague, Committee ICENIS 2026, and also the Indonesian Water Ground Expert Association, speakers, and also the Vice Dean and the head of the Kaprodi and the Secretary of Kaprodi. And also I would like to extend my warm welcome to the keynote speakers is Professor Thomas Ruth from Aachen University, Prof. Sahrul from Malaya University, Prof. Liao from NTU Taiwan, and Associate Professor Lucas from Poland, and Prof. Graham Robert Bell, and Prof. Stefan Herwig Kudike, and Prof. Sudarto, and more or less Bapak Dr. Ilwan Iskandar as the head of the PAAI. And also for Pak Agus selaku Kepala Dinas Sumber Daya dan Energi di Provinsi Jawa Tengah. And one of the one that's very important is the Mayor of Semarang City, represented by Pak Wing Winarso. Actually, he is my primary school friend. Thank you very much for coming. Big applause for Pak Wing Winarso. The ICENIS 2026 is very special because this event is collaboration between the postgraduate school, the Diponegoro University, and the Indonesian Waterground Expert Association. And also it is bundling with the academic writing bootcamp, the collaboration between University Malaya and postgraduate school, Diponegoro University. So among the audience, there is 20 student doctoral degree from University Malaya. Please give applause for you. They are put together with 15 doctoral degree from postgraduate school, Diponegoro University, for 4 days to do academic writing in order to publish a good paper for international reputation journal. I would like to thank for all the participants who are writing the papers and also presenting the papers. Finally, I would like to thank to the committee, which is from the postgraduate school, is Bu Laksmi. Please stand up, Bu Laksmi. Thank you very much. And also for the Indonesian Waterground Expert Association, Bu Naru. Where is Bu Naru? Yes, thank you, Bu Naru. Pak Irwan as well. Thank you, Pak Irwan. Finally, enjoy the seminar and having fruitful discussion, and please make a networking. Alhamdulillahirrahmanirrahim. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you. We express our deepest gratitude to Professor Insinyur Muhammad Agung Wibowo for his encouraging leadership and to give a warm welcome to all delegates.
We are also honored to hear from the head of the Indonesian Groundwater Expert Association, Bapak Irwan Iskandar, STMT, PhD. We invite you to take the stage.
Actually, today I'm very nervous. So there are 2 situations that make me very nervous. First is now I'm standing in front of my professor, my teacher, Professor Sudarto, Professor Rudi Sayoga, Professor Heru Hendrayana, Professor Denny Juanda, Professor Lambok Tasoid. But the second situation is most that make me nervous because just today, also in this very amazing conference and meeting, also standing my wife over there, Ibu Milansari. So that's make me very nervous. Yeah. Good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yeah. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. First and foremost, please allow me to extend my highest respect and warmest welcome to our distinguished guests. And first, the Honorable Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources, represented by Head of Geological Agency, Dr. Lana Saria, and also the Honorable Mayor of Semarang City, Dr. Agustina Wilujeng, and also Dean of Graduate School of Universitas Diponegoro, Prof. Agung, thank you. And also the Head of Groundwater Conservation Center, Energy and Mineral Resources, Pak Agus Cahyono, thank you, Pak Aca. And also the Head of Provincial Energy and Mineral Resources of Central Java, Pak Agus. Thank you, Pak Agus Sugiarto, yeah, for your support. And also the head of energy and mineral resources of West Java, not only Central Java, Pak Bambang Tirto, hatur nuhun Pak Bambang, yeah. And also the representative of the Semarang City Spatial Planning Office, Pak Ferry Kuntoaji, thank you Pak Ferry, yeah. And all of the member of National Water Council, here come Pak Edi, thank you Pak Edi, yeah. And our fellow committee, the Postgraduate School of Diponegoro University. Our distinguished speakers and all the guests, yeah, our esteemed panelists, invited speakers, moderators, representatives from universities, industry, government institution, and research institution. Today is very amazing day for us. We discuss not only related about the groundwater issue, but also related with the energy and environment and information system, collaboration with the Universitas Diponegoro. I hope that we can make a good network after this. Yeah, we can collaborate not only related just only for hydrogeologists, but hydrologists can collaborate with other institutions and other industries. Our heartfelt gratitude goes to our sponsor, first PT Tirta Fresindo Jaya, PT Tirta Investama as our platinum sponsor, and PT Aman Mineral, Nusa Tenggara, Merdeka Copper Gold, Sumbawa Timur Mining, Industri Jamu and Farmasi Sido Muncul, and Sri Guna Pramatirta, PT Bandang Tirta Agung, Sukovindo, Jarum Kudus, Amdatara, Asmar Minas, Laboratory of Hydrogeology and Hydrogeochemistry, ITB, Harita Nickel, Solusi Bangun Indonesia, Semen Gresik, Groundwater Working Group, Pak Heru, thank you, and Semen Grobogan, also PT Hana Integrasi Solusi, and PT Adi Persada Beton, and of course, Bank Tabungan Negara Tembalang. I talked with my colleagues about this meeting. They asked me about what kind of meeting today is, because we collaborate not only water industry or food industry or beverage industry, but collaborate with the mining industries. This is very, very amazing. They said how to make those industry can sit at the same time and discuss about the sustainability of groundwater and environmental issue. We are also delighted to welcome more than 250 participants, including oral presentation, poster presentation, and also yesterday we held the field trip. Very experience result for us to get know about the ancient or old wells, start from Dutch in maybe 1841. I forgot the exact year, but today we also can get many scientific knowledge from the academic, researcher, and industry to fostering international collaborating in addressing today's most pressing environmental challenge. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this year is Sustainable Tomorrow, redefining a holistic environmental social governance approach to energy, groundwater, and information system. Finally, may this conference strengthen our collective commitment to protect it, not only groundwater, but all environmental and also natural resources, advancing scientific excellence, and supporting the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goal for a more resilient, inclusive, and sustainable future. I cite the statement or quote from Sir Isaac Newton. Maybe yesterday we built too many walls, but start from now, we must build enough bridge to make a connection between each department, each field, each issues. So let us build collaboration. I wish all participants a productive conference, fruitful discussion, and enjoyable stay in this beautiful city of Semarang. Thank you. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Bapak Irwan Iskandar, PhD, for your insightful address.
To Bapak Irwan, please stay in the stage for a while we invite the Dean of the School of Postgraduate Studies, Profesor Insinyur Muhammad Agung Wibowo, MMM SC PhD, to the stage to officially open today's conference. Moving forward, please join us in welcoming the representative for the Mayor of the Semarang City, Erwin Wiarso Puspojudo, MSI, to deliver the civic welcome to our city. The floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The honorable guest, first head of the Geological Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, Mrs. Lana Saria, SSI MSI, Rector of University di Ponorogo, Prof. Sudarto, PhD, MAS, PhD, and Head of the Central Java Energy and Mineral Resources Office, Mr. Agus Giarto, STMT, Dekan of the Graduate School Universitas Diponegoro, Mr. Professor Insinyur Muhammad Agung Wibowo. He's my friend. And Ruth Essen, Germany, Professor Thomas R. Ruth, and head of the Indonesian Groundwater Expert Association, PAAI, Mr. Irwan Iskandar, chair of 8th Annual Scientific Meeting, Insinyur Narulita Santi, STM, ANJ, and chair of the 11 ICENIS, Dr. Tri Laksmi Indraswari, SAMH. I must read from welcoming speech by the Mayor City of Semarang. Welcome to the City of Semarang to all academics, researchers, practitioners, and attendees of the 11th International Conference of Energy, Environment, and Information System, ICENIS 2006. We are honored to host this intellectual event that brings together ideas, experience, and innovation from various countries. We extend our gratitude to Diponegoro University and the Indonesian Groundwater Expert Association for organizing a conference that is highly relevant to today's global development concern. Honorable guests, climate change and water resource pressures, as well as the quick rate of digital transition, are all contributing to the complexity of urban growth. As a result, a city destiny is no longer defined just by the amount of investment of the rate of physical growth, but also by its ability to make scientific knowledge the cornerstone of all public decision. Data does not replace wisdom, but without it, policy is often speculative. This is the spirit we are developing in Semarang. The smart city we are creating is more than just digitizing service or adding application. It is a governance change that combines data, technology, cooperation, and creativity to ensure that every policy creates demonstrable benefits for the community. We believe that a smart city is one that can transform data into decision, and those decisions into public benefit. We are leading this change to improve public service quality, develop to digital economy, improve people quality of life, establish data-driven governance, and strengthen urban resilience. Semarang is immediately exposed to the complexities of this situation. As a coastal city and a center for trade, industry, and service, we face groundwater pressure, land subsidency, climate change, and flood and tidal inundation concern. As a result, sustainability is a critical criterion in developing policy. This experience also makes Semarang a valuable learning environment for developing science-based urban policies. On that promise, we are constantly translating research suggestion into policy and development. In the smart environment sector, we promote the use of the artificial intelligence through AISA, Artificial Intelligence Solusi Sampah, speed up to the development of waste to electricity facilities atau PSL, create a centralized domestic water management system, SPALDIT, and strengthen flood management system. In smart governance, we are developing integrated digital service through Semarang dalam genggaman saya atau SDGs, Lapor Semar Solusi AWP, and ICENIS, making public service more accessible while enhancing data-driven governance to be more accurate, transparent, and responsive. We also believe that sustainability must bring economic and societal advantage. As a result, through initiative like Waras Ekonomi, Pak Rahman, atau Pasar Pangan Rakyat Murah dan Aman, and Kempling Semar, we aim to boost MSME competitiveness, preserve food price stability, and increase public access to basic items. Thus, digital transformation is more than just technology modernization. It is also a tool for improving overall community welfare. I hope that ICENIS will not be only a forum for exchanging ideas and scientific articles. One discipline or institution cannot handle all of the environmental and urban development concern. The Semarang city government is willing to serve as a collaborative partner, learning partner, and living laboratory for implementing forum-generated solutions. We believe that when study meets public policy, data is paired with field experience, and collaboration crosses national borders. Knowledge not only enriches the literature but also generated real-world solution. Dear ladies and gentlemen, enjoy ICENIS 2026. May the city of Semarang inspire partnership, ideas, and policy suggestions that will help develop more resilient, inclusive, and sustainable cities. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you to the Mayor Representative of Semarang City, Bapak Wiarso, for your warm hospitality to all of our national and international guests.
To Bapak Wiyarso, please stay in the stage while we invite all the Dean of the School of Postgraduate Studies, Professor Insinyur Muhammad Agung Wibowo, MMM, SC, PhD, to award a certificate of appreciation to the Mayor Representative. Now, to wrap up our opening speeches, it is a great privilege to invite the head of the Geological Agency, Dr. Lana Saria, SSE, MSE, to deliver the keynote opening speech. The floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Distinguished guests, fellow researchers, colleagues, and participants, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi. Good morning. It's a great honor for me to deliver this keynote speech at the 11th International Conference on Energy, Environment and Information System 2026. And the 8th Annual Scientific Meeting of the Indonesian Groundwater Expert Association today in Semarang City. On behalf of the Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources of the Republic of Indonesia, I would like to express our sincere appreciation for the opportunity to take part in this important and timely event. Indonesia, as the world's largest archipelagic country, is blessed with more than 108,000 kilometers of coastline, hence prone to disaster caused by global warming, such as sea level rise, which has already affected our coastline. The Meteorological, Climatological, and Geophysical Agency of Indonesia reported a temperature rise of approximately 2 degrees Celsius from 1980s to 2020s, which has driven increased rainfall in most areas of Indonesia, generating more frequent and severe flooding, especially in lowland areas. Ladies and gentlemen, since the issuance of new water resources law in 2019, Indonesia embraced integrated water resources management based on 3 pillars. Example, water conservation, water usage, and control of water destructive power. Although water resources in Indonesia are managed by multiple sectors with the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, Ministry of Public Works, and Ministry of Environment as the 3 main actors. The IWRM concept enforces a solid coordination among water resources stakeholders under the Water Resources Council, both in national and local level. On the major impacts is the implementation of surface water uses first principle mandated by regulation has shown positive result in big cities like Jakarta, Semarang, and also Surabaya, where water demand has been dominantly fulfilled by pipeline water network. In these cities, groundwater abstraction for commercial purposes has been significantly reduced. Groundwater management must be handled comprehensively from the upstream recharge area in the highland to the downstream discharge area in the lowland. However, nowadays, both of these control areas are currently facing pressing problems in which our recharge area are decreasing significantly due to land use change in highland areas. Population and economic growth have created demand for larger residential and commercial development, which substantially reduces groundwater recharge potential. The increase in rainfall due to global warming mentioned earlier has further complicated efforts to optimize groundwater recharge. On the other hand, in the discharged lowland areas, demand for water supply has been increasing, especially during the last 2 decades. Water supply from the pipe network is still very limited, covering of about 30% of demand. Hence, dependency on groundwater source is inevitable, causing groundwater over abstraction in cities and industrial areas, especially in Jawa. One of the locations is Semarang City, where its coastline area facing severe problem of land subsidence due to natural problem of land subsidence due to natural compaction aggravated by groundwater over obstruction. The Geological Agency of Indonesia continuously monitor land subsidence and groundwater condition in Semarang groundwater basin, recording land subsidence rate of up to 1 meter per year, with groundwater condition reaching level ranging from vulnerable to damage as indicated by groundwater level declines of up to 80 meters below ground level in some areas. Ladies and gentlemen, amid these increasing challenges of groundwater management in Indonesia, an encouraging outcome of groundwater restriction combined with the progressive development of water supply from pipeline system has been demonstrated in our capital city of Jakarta. In the Jakarta Groundwater Basin, record from 2018 to 2024 has shown sign of gradual recovery of confined groundwater level in several areas. The recovery rates vary between 0.05 and 6 meters per year, which correlates with reduced rates of land subsidence. Yearly GPS measurement from 1997 to 2005 shows subsidence rate between 1 and 10 centimeters per year, with some area experiencing up to 15 till 20 centimeters annually. More recent GPS data from 2015 to 2020, however, indicate a flattening trend, with the land subsidence decreasing to between 0.05 and 5.17 centimeters per year. These findings underscore the urgent need to stop the dependence on groundwater supply by accelerating advancement of pipeline water system. Ladies and gentlemen, even as humankind has already explored outer space, there remain vast room and abundant unsolved knowledge to be explored and revealed in the world of hydrogeology. Recently, the Geological Agency has taken a progressive step by revising Indonesia's groundwater basin, reducing the total number from 421 to 408. The former has been in use for about 2 decades. Additional update groundwater data source from government agency, universities, and professionals indicated the need to revise some groundwater basin. A valid groundwater basin delineation is the key foundation for science-based groundwater management, in which groundwater flow from recharge to discharge area, so that its water balance can accurately calculate to guide groundwater using policy. The new groundwater basin delineation opens opportunities for professionals and academics to conduct exploration and uncover the international architectures for every groundwater basin. Beyond this, the unique characteristic of geological condition in Indonesia invites international experts to advance knowledge in hydrogeology. We hope this meeting will serve as a valuable platform for the exchange of knowledge and best practice across boundaries, particularly with countries that have successfully navigated the complexities of groundwater management. We believe in the power of collective learning, joint research, and international collaboration through shared pilot project and also coordinate effort. We can develop replicable model of sustainable groundwater management. As Wisdom Word says, our generation does not own groundwater. We merely borrow it from the next generation. Let us work together, inclusive, scientifically, and sustainably to ensure that groundwater can be maintained for current and future generation. Thank you very, very much for the attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning.
Thank you to Dr. Lana Saria for such a profound and visionary keynote address. To Dr. Lana Saria, please stay in the stage while we invite the head of PAAI, Bapak Irwan Iskandar, to present the certificate.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now arrive at a momentous highlight of today's conference.
That's right. It is our great honor to announce the soft launching of our thesis, the National Groundwater Database. In 3, 2, 1.
Merupakan sistem informasi terpadu yang dirancang untuk mendukung pengelolaan air tanah di Indonesia secara lebih efektif, akurat, dan berkelanjutan. Artesis mengintegrasikan berbagai jenis data
termasuk data perizinan, pemantauan, serta data dan informasi hidrogeologi lainnya yang diperkuat dengan analisis komprehensif untuk mendukung perencanaan, pengawasan, evaluasi, dan pengambilan keputusan berbasis data. Fitur-fitur utama Artesis antara lain, peta interaktif dalam bentuk WebGIS, modul evaluator serta perizinan, integrasi dan kolaborasi data, query 360, pemantauan muka air tanah dan muka tanah. Secara keseluruhan, Artesis dikembangkan sebagai bagian dari upaya transformasi digital dalam pengelolaan air tanah melalui integrasi data, pemanfaatan teknologi geospasial, otomasi analisis, serta kolaborasi antar pemangku kepentingan. Artesis diharapkan dapat memperkuat kualitas layanan informasi, meningkatkan efektivitas pengelolaan air tanah, serta mendukung terwujudnya pengelolaan air tanah yang berkelanjutan.
Congratulations on the successful launch of Artesis, a monumental step forward for groundwater data integration in Indonesia.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now hold a very special ceremony, the awarding of the Lifetime Achievement and the Legacy Awards of PAAI, honoring outstanding lifelong contributions to hydrogeology.
Lifetime Achievement Award PAAI 2026. On behalf of PAAI, we sincerely appreciate your valuable participation and dedication. Professor Dr. Insinyur Rudi Sayoga Gautama is a professor of mining hydrogeology at Institut Teknologi Bandung (ITB) and serves as vice rector at Universitas Pertamina. He is a leading expert in mine hydrogeology, groundwater management, and environmental impacts of mining. Pioneering Science, Shaping Public Policy. Professor Denny Juanda Puradimaja, Professor of Hydrogeology at ITB, former head of West Java's Regional Planning Agency, and the founder and first chairman of PAAI, a transformative leader who united academic excellence, regional planning, and the groundwater community to safeguard Indonesia's water future. A cornerstone of Indonesian hydrogeology and a pioneer in groundwater science, Professor Dr. Heru Hendrayana is a professor of hydrogeology at Universitas Gadjah Mada and co-founder of PAAI. Educated at RWTH Aachen in Germany, he has spent decades advancing volcanic aquifer modeling, building international research partnerships, and inspiring generations of groundwater experts. Insinyur Agus Cahyono Adi, MT, head of the Center for Groundwater and Environmental Geology, Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, ESDM, leading the future national groundwater management through digital transformation integrated online permitting, and transparent public data access. Shaping sustainable water resources for West Java. Insinyur Bambang Tirto Yuliono leads the West Java Provincial ASDM Department. Combining his background in geological engineering with proven public leadership, he is driving strategic groundwater protection, regulatory compliance, and long-term aquifer sustainability across the West Java region. Hydrogeology Legacy Award, dedicated in honor of a visionary educator, researcher, and mentor. Professor Dr. Insinyur Thomas Triadi Putranto devoted his life to advancing hydrogeology and protecting our groundwater resources. An expert in groundwater modeling, hydrogeochemistry, and coastal aquifer research, his work has shaped sustainable water management across Indonesia. As an inspiring educator, mentor, and leader at Geological Engineering Diponegoro University, he guided generations of geoscientists with dedication and excellence. At the 8th Annual Scientific Meeting in Semarang, the Indonesian Association of Groundwater Experts, PAAI, proudly present the Hydrogeology Legacy Award to Professor Dr. Insinyur Thomas Triadi Putranto in recognition of his enduring contributions to science, education, and society. With sincere appreciation for your dedication and lasting contribution to hydrogeology, presented by the Indonesian Association of Groundwater Experts 8th Annual Scientific Meeting, Semarang 2026.
Now, may we invite all of the Lifetime Achievement awardee to the stage and to Professor Putranto's family to receive this prestigious award. To the head of PAAI, Pak Irwan, please present the certificates.
The 11th International Conference of Energy, Environment, and Information Systems 2026. In conjunction with the 8th Annual Scientific Meeting of the Indonesian Groundwater Experts Association. Sustainable Tomorrow, redefining a holistic environmental social governance approach to energy, groundwater, and information systems. This event is sponsored by
Now, ladies and gentlemen, moving into our first keynote session, we are honored to feature 3 eminent global scholars.
Please join us in welcoming our first distinguished keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Thomas Arut, to the podium.
Distinguished guests, it's my big honor to be invited here as a keynote speaker. Many thanks to the organizers of the International Conference on Energy, Environment, and Information Systems. And also my many thanks to the Indonesian Groundwater Experts Association on organizing many things which make my travel quite pleasant to come to Semarang again. I'd like also to dedicate this talk to Thomas Butranto, who was my second PhD student and also a very good friend. The topic of my talk is going about the ESG frameworks. I will give some introduction to that from a perspective of European Union and how we meet these challenges from the point of groundwater modeling and groundwater experts. Can you please move to the next? Thank you. This triangle gives you the framework of ESGs. You see, we are dealing with the environment, and in the last major document on that, the European Union has set up in this taxonomic regulation the understanding of ESGs in the European Union. So we are dealing with the climate change mitigation, climate change adaptation, substantial use and protection of water, the transition to a circular economy, pollution prevention and control, and protection of restoration of biodiversity. It has also a dimension in the society, and the document states that we have to combat with inequalities, promote social cohesion, promote labor relations, human capital, favor of economically and socially disadvantaged groups. These topics are still in negotiation, I have to say. There's no general agreement in the European Union about the social dimension so far. We have also articles about the governance. And as you see, this is the closing of significant investment gaps, steering financial and capital flows, and establishing a taxonomy about the environmentally sustainable activities. And these last 3 points are bringing us to the core message, how ESG is now handled in the European Union. And in the core, I said it in the center of this triangle, is indeed the channeling of capital flows towards the sustainable investment to achieve the global SDGs. So the European Union has discovered that we have indeed a gap of private investment into the realization of the SDGs, and that the state resources of the European states will not be sufficient to achieve the SDGs. So from our European discussions, this is indeed behind the establishing of ESG framework. Please, the next slide. You see here on this how we have now set up these ESG frameworks. In Europe, we have started already in the year 2000 with the Water Framework Directive, setting up a lot of rules which have shaped in the last 25 years our water business. In the level of the United Nations, the principle of responsible investment were launched in the period of the Secretary General Kofi Annan, and maybe you remember of that. Over this time, it has now become a system which is more or less incorporating the 5,000 signatories, more or less the complete global assets under management market. The volume which is behind the signatories is more or less covering this complete. So a very big platform for the United Nations to set also its agenda 2030 with the Global Development Goals. I picked up here the topic 6, which is about the water, the 8 targets, of which I have shown here 6. And you see with the other SDGs, there are further aspects in which water, availability of water, access to water is a major aspect for achieving these sustainable development goals. And the European Union has moved on with own documents, especially with the Green Deal and the climate law. And in the 2020, also the United Environmental Program has adapted principles of sustainable framework which are reflecting this framework of the ESGs. Last 2 documents, last 2 slides about this topic. The next slide gives you now a next step in the European Union, the implementation of weighting. Because the European Union has discovered in a study in 2021 that it is very ambitious how to weight the success in the sustainable ESGs. And so we started a process to implement a new directive which was now coming under application just in this month, starting in July this year, that we have now a European weighting document. As you see from the starting, the goals of the study, the deliveries, and especially the obstacles made it clear that there was a need for the European Union to give a precise definition. And the outcome of this process, shown on the next slide, is, please proceed, is a new regulation. It is not regulating how you are doing these ratings. The methodology is up to the rating agencies, the agent consultancies, whoever is doing. These could be companies inside the union or even outside the union. What is established in this new framework is the role of a controlling agency, the role of the European Security and Markets Authority. And a lot of the clauses in the new document are specifying how this agency is involved, setting up regulations, controlling, and making transparency. There's a lot about transparency and independency and integrity of the companies, of the consultancies doing the ratings. So we will see how this will now work. As I said, it was quite new for everyone to work on this document and to install. So my next slide is now going how all this is linked to us as hydrogeologists. You see in this slide some bullet points which are indicating that all this, which is more and more in the base, at least in the European Union, about money, how to channel money and private money, especially into the realization of the Sustainable Development Goals. And looking on groundwater, it means we have to discuss about the protection of groundwater resources. And to do so, first we have to establish the resource. We have to discuss the investment in water supply. I give you two ideas. What does that mean? If a water supplier is shutting down the water supply to the people, making regulations for what water could not be used in a warm summer period, when we have very dry conditions in European Union states, it does not mean that the resource is smaller or is limited. Often it is just the supply system, that water storage tanks are not large enough to cover the higher demand, that pumps were set on a minimum pumping rate by the dimension to save energy, to save investment, and now they are not sufficient to increase discharge to supply to a society of higher demand. That does not mean that the resource is smaller. It's just our technical system to get from resource to reserve and to make it available. But in public, often it's just the same, oh, we have climate change and water is scarce. It is a point of making better business in this. We do have to increase our resilience to climate effects, and I will give on that later further comments. In European country, you know that CO2 is a big business, and we have to deal with the certificates and the cost of that also for water suppliers. Electricity for pumping is a big issue and is also a part of the CO2 market we have to establish. And it is influencing the selection of our water treatment systems. What can be done? What can be done in a way that water is still available or feasible for people to pay for? In some European states, price for water is going up to 12 euros per cubic meter. 12 euros per cubic meter is quite a lot. If you count that in Indonesian rupiah, we are dealing about more than 200,000 rupiah per cubic meter. Managed groundwater recharge, I will give also about that later a slide. Water reuse. In drier periods, we are now more discussing about the reuse, and that makes also the question, what is the quality of the water we are supplying for the reuse? Could we treat this? We should treat, because the reuse water means change in temperature, change in gas content, The gassing of water you are injecting into an aquifer is mandatory for keeping good performance of injection wells in the long run. And we have also a change in microorganisms and in the chemistry. All this has to be evaluated carefully before water is used for artificial aquifer recharge. But it is the vision that we are relying more and more on reuse of water. Also to allow irrigation. And I'm saying here specifically irrigation to enable agriculture. It is not given anymore that you can do agriculture in every region if you have not the allowance, you have not the water right to extract water. You know that from the United States, if a farmer can survive the summer is depending on his credibility to the bank, but we have the same also in European Union states, also in my country, in Germany, which was once believed to be water rich, that in the summertime more and more regions are depending on irrigation to have a good agriculture. And we have to handle that. It was already said here before by Professor Iskander that many of these things are a question of stakeholder involvement with different options. I'm coming from a region of lignite mining where we have extracted for more than 140 years lignite, and the groundwater, of course, is changed and had an influence. I talk about the agriculture and the needs for agriculture. And the other side, we have a principle, at least in the European Union, that the water for drinking purposes for people is the first priority. And now to bring these things together in an economic good environment and to achieve this ESG framework. Next slide, please. I'd like now a bit to go into a discussion about these climate effects on groundwater. And on this slide, you see what the target is. From the climate research, we will get inputs, informations about heat per square meter. That is the output of climate models. For us in the water business, in groundwater, it means we have to transform heat in knowledge about the groundwater. And this means we have several steps to achieve that. And in these steps is always some ambitious decision and there is some uncertainty. Next slide about this. I give you now a result which was produced by my colleagues at the research center in Jülich, which is just beside Aachen, and we are cooperating a lot. In this summary, we did it for several aquifers, several regions in the state of North Rhine-Westphalia. I show only 4, the 3 different climate scenarios, and we did hundreds of calculations in different assemblies about climate models, groundwater models, and the output is shown here in these box plots. If the information is above the 0 line, it simply means we are expecting more groundwater. And if you compare this, the 3 different climate scenarios, the very bad one, business as usual, what is maybe achievable, and the very optimistic one, you see in most cases we are going above this line. Means in these regions at least we will have more groundwater. What is increasing is the uncertainty if it is always available. In the mean we have more, but for a society it's hard to have 3 years in a row low values. No? And as you see, what we can achieve with a better climate action is that the uncertainty is getting less. That the risk to have several years in a row low water supply is getting less. The mean value is very optimistic, but I have also to say the change to the actual system in this century is quite small. You know, we are talking about 20, 30, 50 millimeters in a country where the mean value is 800. So also this statement is in the range of uncertainty. We are talking just about a change of 10% by these models to the existing value. Next thing, next slide. When agencies are now looking on the existing data, evaluating time series of selected wells, and these data are coming from a network of wells in the state of North Rhine-Westphalia, managed by the state authorities to report to the European Union about the state of water quantity. You see in this diagram with the green boxes, we have values above mean, long-term mean. And if we have gray boxes, we are less. The number of gray boxes over time seems to increase. And if you have an evaluation with some filtering, low-pass filtering, that is the red line in the upper diagram, it seems that in the last years we have a decline of groundwater level. That is a mean value for this network of 200 wells spread in the state. So that is a bit in difference to what the modeling is telling us. And the point is, such a modeling gives you a realization of possibilities. This is the measurement, but also the measurement is always a snapshot in time and is not fully covering the story. The next slide gives you a further introduction to these problematic things. What we did is modeling of time series using the software PASTAS. And by this you see two examples. The so-called deep well is just 10 meters, and the shallow one is just 3 meters, the screen below surface. And from this modeling, you see a calculation if we shift the rainy season in my country. In the European climate, from the middle of the year on, from May on, when the plants start to grow, there is no groundwater recharge until November, because all the water is taken up by the plants. That was always the same. So it's for the groundwater completely out of any influence how hot the water the summer will get. 30, 40 degrees as it actually, it makes no change to the zero. In the summer, groundwater recharge was always zero. What is changing is, of course, the demand. That is a big difference, that the resource is not influenced. So we looked up what will be if the plants start to grow earlier, or maybe with different intensity. And as you see from these two things, wells to be selected for making an assessment, that is very tricky. The shallow one shows no influence because the recharging process of groundwater is different. The deeper well has an effect. That is a local effect. We can understand in this local well. I put that up to make clear that this discussion, if we can estimate groundwater drawdown by climate effects from observing wells, is something we should be very careful. Next slide gives you an idea what does it mean if you have several years in drought periods in one row. So we investigated several 2, 3 years, 3 years, 4 years in a row of dry period. And you see again, it is depending on the value you are selecting. If this climate effect will influence the groundwater recharge. The shallow well shows no effect. The deeper one with the 10 meter has some effect. So again, using observation wells to study climate effects is a tricky business. Next slide, please. We have also to think about that all these climate calculations with water budget is working only for the upper aquifer. But in many countries, deeper aquifers are used for water supply using groundwater, not the uppermost. So the question is coming, how do we transfer water from a water balance, where all these climate drivers are put in, into the deeper aquifers? whether it's going by hydraulic windows, it's going by leakage through aqueducts, and it is also going through fault systems. Here we have an example from my region. We have investigated by modeling pumping tests to understand the water supply, that we have a linkage between aqueducts with other arrows going up and down, and also beyond faults. And this is not included in the water balance model coming from the climate research, because we are dealing with the uppermost section. So we have an incomplete understanding without carefully modeling the deeper aquifer systems. Next slide brings up again the topic of recharging. If you like to do artificial recharge, you see here two simulations we have picked in. The target here was to keep some river systems and wetlands on a good water level. So the decision was we will recharge the aquifers to rise the water level. And you see from the dark blue colors, this is below the target value. This is coming from our mining areas. We like to recharge, to bring water back. You see in the second simulation, after we advise to increase the recharge, to increase the number of recharging wells, of course, we get a better result of rising up the groundwater level. So it's again that the groundwater modeling is the only tool we have to look into the future. These are calculations done in 2010 to give an advice. Would these measures in 2010 be sufficient to reach in 2015 the target? Or when we increase and we install new wells, so we shifted a bit the period for the calculation to say, okay, with the new wells, we have a chance to gain better access in 2020. So modeling here is helpful to understand the system a priori. And the next slide gives you a vision to water supply systems. To make Germany a bit bigger as it is, I put here Bali as a comparison. It's quite a small island, I would say. But you see here is the system in Germany of long-distance water supply, a selection of the very important systems. I will not go into the details. It makes clear that in many regions we have already a system of long-distance water supply, taking big lakes, taking very productive wells, and making us more resilient for the climate change means that we will try to connect these systems so that water can be transported from A to B, from B to A, depending on the local scarcity. But that means we need a good understanding of the water resource. We have already cases that local people are saying, no, you are extracting all our wealthy water, so we have no chance for our own development. We have to think about water quality. As you know, mixing of water of different type is a tricky business with respect to carbon dioxide equilibrium with contact to fouling aspects. So we need a better understanding what will happen when the water are mixing. And of course, we need to install a proper pipeline system, which is in a way that the water is not standing still in the system, because that will trigger bacterial growth. If you have such connected system, we need also some flow in between. Okay, last slide gives you some closing remarks. And you see a final statement that I really think that modeling is a very useful tool. The only way we can look into the future, what will be the effect of our measures we are doing. We need to demonstrate better what are the resources to bring this understanding also to public, that scarcity of water does not often means that the resource is smaller. It is just the way how we are getting the resource into reserve and how we are using it. And that is something we can improve and making us more resilient. This climate effects is a tricky business. Once again, I can say from my region, we are expecting more water, not less, at least in the mean. And yeah, the qualities should not be underestimated when we are dealing with better water supply networks, connecting things. We need also to have a look on the water quality, also for the managed aquifer recharge, to have good well fields. So I hope I have inspired a bit your thinking and the discussions we will have in these 2 days about hydrogeology. Thank you very much for your attendance, and I move on to the next keynote. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Thomas Ruth, for such an inspiring discussion.
Now, may we invite the second keynote speaker for this session, Professor Sudarto PhD, MAS, PhD, to the podium.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I hope you are all in a good health and high spirit. And I do hope that the days of the conference will be productive and enjoyable. I sincerely convey my gratitude to the organizing committee who gave me opportunity to share my view on ESG. It is a great honor to be here, part of ICENIS, 11 ICENIS, and the scientific meeting of Indonesian Groundwater Expert Association. This is the topic of my presentation. I think Professor Thomas Ruth presented very well about the state of the art of ESG and the history of ESG in the context of European. And he also presented very well to connect ESG with groundwater extraction. My background is not geological, not mining. My background is environmental studies. My undergraduate background is social sciences and continue my master and PhD in environmental studies. So what I would look to do is to share my view on ESG in the context of Indonesia and how company Indonesia to achieve ESG and contribute to sustainable groundwater. This is the profile when I was still young. Now is senior citizen already. Manula. Next, please. This is the outline of my presentation. Next, please. Can someone help me so I can see the... Oh. It is better I stand up here. Okay. So this is the state of the art of ESG. Principally is the evaluation of firm or company awareness on environment and social. So it's a non-financial aspect. And one of the ranked institution, which is called Sustainalytics, divide ESG rating is low, moderate, high, and severe. I will explain more about this. Next, please. So this is another understanding of ESG. I have 28 slides, so I will skip the ones that technical. So I will present the substance and the summary of each aspect of ESG. Next, please. Next, please. Yeah, so in short, ESG is, if who already heard about green business, is effort to synergize between profit, people, and planet, to be balanced. And one of them can be achieved through CSR. CSR is effort to integrate economic, environment, and social aspect on cultural system, meaning that to internalize in the company to make it social, environment, and profit to be a balance. Next. So this is the environmental aspect of ESG. Can I have the next one, please? The summary, to make it short, the presentation. Otherwise, I will consume a lot of time. Next, please. Next. This is summary. I think Prof. Thomas already presented this scope of environment of ESG. Next. Next, please. Yes, this is the summary. Seawater nature, energy use, natural resource conservation. I think the groundwater is part of natural resource conservation. Waste management, carbon, sustainability report, greenhouse, and so on. Climate-related risk. Next, please. This is social aspect. Can I have the next slide, please? The summary one. Next, please. Next. Yeah, the summary. So, the social aspect of ESG, the first one is how the company the intention of the company to employer, supplier, customer, and communities. And is there any allocation of funding by the company to provide local community with business and so on? So make it local community has make it a living. Employee to perform voluntary work. This is in Indonesia. Is there any competence by the company to dedicate to deal with the problem encountered by the community? Working condition, health, and safety. This is work environment. Economic opportunity for local community. Democracy, equity, and inclusion. So it's a wide scope of social aspect of ESG. Next, the last one is governance. The governance aspect of ESG, leadership, shareholder right, diversity and independent on the board, transparency, accurate transparent accounting, avoid conflict of interest. I think the governance direct how the company achieve environmental and social performance. Next. So, the trend of global ESG, part of them has been presented by Prof. Thomas Roots. This is the description of how the global trend to ESG, showing that the awareness to encourage the company to follow, to adopt the ESG very high. From we can see from the issues, from the global asset, and we can see that World Economy Forum, 90% of the company in the world adopt ESG. European Union, Security and Exchange Commission, Task Force, and the last one, global investor like BlackRock and Vanguard, reluctant to invest to the company who did not adopt the ESG. Next. This is the development of ESG in Indonesia. Indonesian public companies and state-owned companies are obligated to produce sustainability report as part of ESG. OJK, Financial Service Authority, published taxonomy for sustainable finance. Indonesian Stock Exchange, in collaboration with Biodiversity Foundation, launched ESG-based stock index. Many companies internalize ESG in its business strategy, developing international standard with sustainability report in accordance with global report initiative. Next, please. So this is the benefit of adopting ESG from the perspective of the company. ESG disclosure has a positive impact and significant impact on corporate sustainability, meaning that the sustainability can assured by good performance of ESG. More effectively tend to exhibit stronger economic performance as well as superior social and environmental performance. This is the theory that explains why the company has good performance because of adopting ESG. Stakeholder theory, legitimacy theory, and signaling theory. Send positive signal to the market, enhance transparency, improve stakeholder relationship, not only shareholder, but also stakeholder, including government, financial institution, investor, and also community. Help community secures resource support from both investor and creditors. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yes. Allow me to explain how Indonesian company to achieve ESG. Most of them to achieve good ESG through proper says, business performance rating on environmental management. Below the red line, showing that if the company already managed the impact of their activity and fulfill standard, they will get blue rank, meaning that compliant. So the purpose of proper is to achieve environmental compliance and environmental excellence. For those who have reached compliant 3 times consecutively, they can compete at above red line, which is called beyond compliant, by adopting life cycle assessment. Life cycle assessment is an instrument to assess the impact of the activity of the company from the cradle, from raw material, process production, distribution, waste, and use and waste. So from the cradle to the grave. How much the energy being used, how much the water being consumed, how much the emission created, and how much the waste regeneration created. And it will result or it will create environmentally friendly product, energy efficiency, emission reduction, volume of water reduction, and also waste regeneration reduction. And if this company good performance in dealing with all this, this is called eco-innovation, they will get a green rank through community development as well. And for the companies who have obtained green rank 3 times consecutively, they are eligible to compete the highest level of proper, which is called gold ranking, by implementing social innovation. Social innovation is how the company to integrate it between the policy, strategy, and operation to deal with the problem encountered by community like poverty, social problem, stunting, flood, abrasion, and so on. Next slide, please. I will try to relate how proper my colleague from Tirta Investama, who attend this conference, also participate in proper, and several times obtain a gold rank. So get applause to Tirta Investama, who also sponsor in this conference. I would like to describe how the company who adopt proper and get a good rank to ESG. This is Pertamina, oil and gas state-owned company. In 2023, they get the rank of ESG 20.7. It's classified as a medium, almost low. Low risk, meaning that it's very good. If they are in the low rank is good for investor. So medium is between 19 and 20 and 30. Low is 10 to 19.9. O until 9.9 is negligible. It's very good. So the high is 30 to 40. 40 to 60 is severe. So no, not yet, please. Previous slide, please. Previous slide. It's not finished. Previous one. Sebelumnya, sesudah ini. Next. Yes. So by having 20-7, Pertamina is classified as one of the best, one out of 61 oil and gas company in the world. It's very good. Next, please. Medium. This slide showing Pertamina as a holding contributed by sub-holding. This is holding, and Hulu Energy is exploration production. Pertamina, Kilang Pertamina is refinery, and then marketing. So the 20.7 is the accumulation of each sub-holding. Next, please. This is testimony of CEO of Pertamina telling that the left one is the, as I described before, the stage of proper from compliant to beyond compliant. This is component of compliant and beyond compliant. And this is the aspect or component of ESG. And CEO Pertamina at the time in 2023 telling that 58% evaluation of ESG rating related to environment, meaning that environment aspect of proper contribute to 58% environment as an aspect of ESG. And social aspect contribute to 24%, and governance 16%. Next, please. So this slide and the next slide, I describe the relation, the connection between environmental aspect of ESG and environmental aspect of proper. So this is all aspect of ESG, and this is the all aspect of proper. You can see how closely related each other, meaning that if the government doing well in adopting proper, they will contribute to the performance of environment of ESG. Next, please. This is a social aspect of ESG. I think Prof. Thomas Ruth also presented this aspect. And this is the social aspect of proper. And each aspect can get from blue rank, green rank, or gold rank. Next. This is the aspect of governance, and the aspect of proper, how the governance to be implemented in adopting proper. Next. Yeah, this slide showing the contribution of company, including Aqua, Danone, Tirta Utama, on emission reduction, on energy efficiency, on water efficiency, on reduction of waste generation, and so on. So all company participating in proper, specifically on beyond compliant, green and gold. That is very significant. Next slide, please. So if we relate the contribution to SDGs, as Prof. Thomas already mentioned, this is the contribution of proper performance to SDGs. 17 pillars of SDGs. I'm not going to elaborate in detail about this, but this is the generic description of how proper contribute to achieve sustainable groundwater extraction, groundwater, and also to SDGs. Next, please. Almost finished. The issues on ESG. I think Prof. Thomas also mentioned three components of the issues. The scope of ESG is not comprehensive, consisting supply chain from the cradle to the grave, from raw material. If we talk about manufacture, is start from raw material, process production, distribution, use, and waste. ESG requires the commitment of budget allocation needed for technology competence, human resource, other relevant support. I think this is the conventional problem. Even in the long run, the company will benefit from energy efficiency, water efficiency, emission reduction, and waste generation reduction. In the long run, will be give benefit to the company. Ecosystem policy does not fully support ESG implementation. Even already there is a regulation about this. Social aspect merely deal with the environment, work environment, so it's internal company, job opportunity, and does not address the traditional right of local people, land acquisition, displacement of local people, loss of job, and so on, that really part of crucial issues, the relation between the company and worker union, I mean. The scope of social aspect does not address supply chain. There is no uniform standard, still fragmented. Weakness in verification, so based on secondary data, no evidence-based measurable, traceable, and able to verify. That's all. I will end my presentation with quoting my short poem. Next, please. Rose is beautiful flower. Cakep. Nggak ada yang ngomong cakep. Siapa yang cakep? It inspires us to love the nature. Thank you. Let us strengthen ESG together for a brighter and better future. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much to Professor Sudarto PhD for a very insightful discussion.
Now, for the last speaker of this keynote session, may we invite Dr. Lukas Kruzeski, PhD, to take the stage.
Okay, selamat pagi. I'm still learning your language. I'm Indonesian. So, terima kasih for inviting me to this prominent conference. This is my second visit to Indonesia, and this has a lot to do with my prominent colleague representing Undip, Prof. Tri Rethanisisa Prabhawati. Because my institution, which is basically Polish Academy of Sciences, I work in Institute of Geological Sciences in collaboration with mostly with Undip, but also some other Indonesian universities. And my prominent presenters have been mentioning, for instance, coal, carbon, and this conference also has to do with energy. So this is why I wanted to show you a kind of a paradox, which is that coal actually doesn't necessarily needs to be treated solely as a source of pollution and emissions. We all know it's a big problem, but we can use it in a more, I would say, sustainable way to actually gain more sustainability in terms of especially energy, which is actually a paradox about coal. Next, please. So whenever there's a coal exploitation, copper exploitation, gold exploitation, of course, there is waste. The waste mining, and what you can see here, it's not Merapi. We are now in the land of volcanoes, but what we sometimes call this post-mining heaps or post-mining piles, there are many names for this artificial mountains, is modern volcanoes or artificial volcanoes. As you can see, they kind of look like volcanoes, and I will try to show you and convince you that actually they do behave like volcanoes. You can see fumaroles, for instance, here. This particular heap in my country, in Polandia, is the second highest in Europe. And why is it important? How does it relate with this conference? Is that such anthropogenic post-industrial areas collect enormous amount of waste rocks, which can be used in a very interesting way for our purposes of sustainability. Next, please. So these are processes that take place in such artificial mountains, heaps. As you can see, temperatures can reach over 1,200 degrees, which is exactly a temperature reached in volcanoes. So the waste rocks collected together with coal in the mine, because it is impossible when you are mining for coal, it is of course impossible to mine the coal without coal mining of coexisting rocks, like sandstones, like shales. And so the waste rocks, which couldn't be used in before, are going to these heaps. These heaps are like repositories of these waste rocks. And there we are observing spontaneous coal fires, mostly spontaneous, which induce these three groups of processes, which are, in general, we can say these are processes of transformation. And again, how does it relate to energy and to development? So some of these processes actually trigger higher concentrations of elements contained in these waste rocks. So they enlarge their mobility, and then they can induce appearance of new sinks, which will be new minerals, which can contain and commonly do contain more of some rare raw materials like germanium, for instance, or gallium, in these especially pyrometamorphic rocks. Next, please. Next, please. Yeah, so this is an example of such pyrometamorphic rocks that are formulated in such heaps. Mostly the red one, which is the most common, is known as clinker, very similar to brick. The other type is bucite, this dark porous rock. Next, please. And some other examples, including bucites. You can see different colors, and depending on these types of rocks and colors, we can expect different mineral species, like magnetioferrite, which is magnesium iron oxide. And depending on the mineral composition of these rocks, we can expect some enrichment, presence of some interesting elements, because what is very characteristic in nature, in rocks, in minerals, is that they are almost never pure. And magnetioferrite is an example of a mineral that will usually bear inside elevated amounts of cobalt, vanadium, sometimes indium, sometimes gallium. So crystals in nature, minerals, are very rarely pure. they can contain very interesting admixtures which could be used for mining. Next, please. Yet more examples. Maybe this is not that important. I'm showing this to you just to show how complex can be the composition of these rocks. And it is important because some of these minerals will contain the raw materials, the raw element, the interesting elements, the others won't. Next, please. There are also some excavative minerals because we are in synthetic volcanoes, we could say. Next, please. And this is an example of sal ammoniac, which is ammonium chloride, with these nicely orange inclusions, which contain huge amounts of bromine, iodine, some other elements like tin, lead, but, next please, they also contain bismuth, a metal that is rare, that can be used, that is used in many different branches of industry. Also in cosmetics. This is, of course, just an example. The volumes of this new mineral, which is chemically completely new iodobismuthate, the volumes are not large. Next, please. You can see some examples. So this is just basically just a single wall. Of course, we cannot use such a volume anywhere, anyhow, economically. This is just an example to show you that we can have large concentrations of rare metals, very rare metals, in this post-industrial environment. Next, please. So this is just an analysis we are providing for these fumaroles, just showing you that we can follow and trace the movement of elements contained in coal, which is burning somewhere below, by gasification in this heap. So we can see, for instance, some gases that are sources of these elements, like, for instance, iodine. Next, please. So this is an example of more or less semi-quantitative colorimetric confirmation of the presence of iodine in the gases. Next, please. And yet another example of a potentially new mineral that is actually a copper selenide sulfate, selenium, yet another quite rare element. Another example, very localized, but still example showing that there are really many, many elements that can be concentrated in this environment, this artificial environment. Next, please. Cinnabar, which is mercury sulfide, is commonly found coexisting, which is not good. Mercury is not this metal that we would love to see in our solar panels, for instance. That's just to show you that there are some other, this topic is not like a 0-1, that we only have some useful elements in this environment. Next, please. So now I'm actually switching to the more interesting topic, which is critical elements. Critical elements are those elements that are understood, especially by some laws in the European Union, as absolutely mandatory for modern and futuristic technologies, including technologies related to energy production. So we are thinking about solar panels, we are thinking about wind turbines and their elements, batteries, and many, many more, including space research, space resources. So next, please. So we can see, especially these ones are the elements that are really rare in the nature in general. They can be extracted, for instance, from, we know some sources like classical sources, like for instance, copper mines, some gold mines do contain them, but these deposits are slowly being exhausted. So this is a very big need of searching for new deposits, new kind of ores. Currently, there's a very high demand, especially of rare earth elements, lanthanides mostly, which is the basis of anything like cell phones, computers, laptops, but also, for instance, in wind turbines, still there's an absolute demand of the usage of elements like dysprosium or holmium, or neodymium, for the magnets in the batteries of wind turbines. And the modern world is almost unable, actually it is unable to to be developing and functioning without these elements. So the whole world is basically searching for new deposits, especially that for many years there's a big shortage of import from a single country, which used to be the major source. Next, please. There are even more elements. This is an example of a paper also about these critical metals, basically. So in addition, we have elements like lithium. If you combine lithium and cobalt, we are talking about batteries. And of course, there are ideas of new type of batteries using sodium instead of lithium or magnesium instead of lithium, because lithium is quite rare. But you can actually use coal as a new type, more or less new type of an ore of lithium. Some other elements like tellurium. Tellurium is also a very common mandatory component of numerous semiconductors. Next, please. And this paper is actually more about coal, metalliferous coals, and it shows numerous examples worldwide of coal, which concentrates enormous amounts of very interesting, commonly rare metals like germanium. Another element that is absolutely basic for numerous types of semiconductors and many other technologies, gold. Next, please. There is a list. There's a list of elements. Those given in red are used in the semiconductor industry, batteries, cell phones, computers, satellites, and many, many other. Then we have rare elements. There are also coals worldwide, like for instance in British Columbia in Canada, which concentrates huge amounts of noble metals, so especially the platinum group metals. Also rhenium, which is an exceedingly rare metal, very good in the usage of, for instance, some jet turbines and special plane turbines, because it can withstand very high temperatures. And we have a typical coal-file, a so-called coal-fired pair, which means germanium and gallium, two elements that love to be concentrated in coal together. Both elements, again, are rare, and especially, which is very important, they are commonly dispersed in the nature. So to find really concentrated sources of them is a very difficult task. There is one mine in Namibia, for instance, which has big enrichment of these elements. There are some other deposits in the world, but I'm talking about the classical deposits, but there's actually a few. If we switch to coal, most coals worldwide are a very good potential source of these two elements. Next, please. Yet another paper. This paper was dealing with the analysis of a very big amount of coal samples, but also black shale samples, because coal is an organogenic rock that always coexists with shales. And it turns out that not only coal itself, but also shales associating with the coal can be a good source of numerous interesting elements. And you can see some elements that are not necessarily very useful in this case, like mercury, which is obviously toxic, and in general, in the world, we are doing everything to remove mercury from industries. But, so these numbers here are so-called coal affinity indices. They show the extent to which, on average, these elements tend to be concentrated in coal. And a question which commonly appears in this case is how it is possible that coal can concentrate such big amounts of many elements. So coal is largely a mix of organic compounds that can chelate elements, which means they form very specific bonds with numerous elements. And this is why we can extract these elements. And confirmation of the fact that such organometallic, organo-semi-metallic compounds exist in coal is actually very old, from this paper of Bonnet, who has confirmed that so-called porphyrins a heme in hemoglobin is also kind of a porphyrin. Porphyrins that are found in coal are usually iron and gallium porphyrins, commonly found in coal. This means that the relatively common organometallic component of coals is actually gallium porphyrin. This shows this shows the potential of coal, especially in terms of extraction of this element. Next, please. Yet another paper about a unique, as you can see, germanium deposit it is named, but this is actually a coal deposit. The name Specugli means special coals. And the contents of germanium, but also antimony, cesium, rare earth elements, and some other interesting rare metals and semi-metals in this deposit is absolutely unique. But this is not the only deposit of this kind. There are some other ones, for instance, in China, like the famous Wulatunga mine. In this case, the concentrations of these interesting metals are so high that they actually began forming their own compounds. Like you can see in the bottom image, the minerals kimuraite, which is an yttrium mineral, which contains big amounts of yttrium, or a very, very interesting samarium mineral shown in the right image. Another type, this deposit is actually part of a bigger group of deposits which is known as Pavlovsk coalfield. Just an example from a single area in Russia. Next, please. This is actually my chapter. I've been trying, this is a very preliminary actually as for now activity. I've been trying to analyze the pyrometamorphic and also primary rocks like coal and shales in our Polish heaps. As you can see here, they are actually called coal-fired gobs or piles. No matter the name. This table shows actually some highly elevated concentration, more or less highly elevated concentrations of numerous interesting elements, but in coal ashes, and some other rocks studied mostly by other scientists. And it is very important to say that commonly when you burn the coal, of course, after the coal burning, you end up with ash. And this ash can be even more useful because as you can see, it is given marked in gray, like for instance for cobalt or for copper, the concentrations of these elements in ash can be even larger. Of course, there's still a problem. How can we burn the coal so that we are not inducing emissions, especially carbon dioxide emissions? That's the other matter. Next, please. Of course, we have to remember that coal also concentrates some toxic elements, so this is yet another problem. Next, please. These are some examples of elevated concentrations of elements studied by me in especially these pyrometamorphic rocks in Polish heaps. Next, please. This I think we can omit. This is just next, please. These are just examples of numerous minerals contained in these rocks that concentrate moderate to high levels of cobalt, gallium, vanadium, and many other interesting elements. Next, please. Yet some more examples. Next, please. This is also, there are also some examples of indium, tellurium. So as you can see, many interesting elements, including critical elements. Next, please. This I think we can omit. But next, please. But please take a look that there is also rhenium, this very exceedingly rare metal. So do we need large concentrations of these elements initially in these rocks here? Next, please. A case from Virginia, USA, with post-mining waste, because we have to remember it's not just about coal, it's about post-coal mining waste too. So they have found elevated rare earth elements and cobalt, but so we could consider them as a new type of ore, or we could disregard them. Next, please. It turned out that the concentrations of these elements in these Virginia coals were a little bit too low for an economic recovery. So what do we do next? Next, please. Next, please. Let's disregard them, right? Next, please. Not necessarily. The Americans have elaborated a new recovery method, and they, after 2 years, they began to extract these elements from the coal using simply newly prepared methods. Next, please. And these are just some examples of papers, as you can see, numerous papers, technical papers on how to recover precious elements like gallium, gold, rare earth elements, lithium, and others from coal. Next, please. Yet another example actually having to do with lithium and gallium from coal-based solid wastes, like slugs, for instance. Next, please. And an example of my research, which is simply showing some spectra confirming the high enrichment of germanium in a mineral known as cuspidine. Next, please. Some numbers. So the content with average of 800 ppm, it is really, really high concentration compared to typical average concentration of this element in rocks in general. Of course, this is just an example, again, a single mineral. The question is, how about the whole volume of a heap, of a single big object? Next, please. Yet another example, this time vanadium enrichment in apatite supergroup minerals. Next, please. And arsenic. So this is the case where arsenic, we don't really want arsenic because it's toxic in this case. So we have to be careful. Next, please. So to finish it up, of course, coal burning, the usage of coal as a direct source of energy induces emissions and many environmental problems. But it also induces big amounts of waste. So what can we do? We can go in 0-1 approach, like don't use coal at all, or let's continue using the coal so that we introduce more carbon dioxide. And by the way, this is only one example of a gas that is very dangerous coming to the atmosphere from coal burning. Or maybe we can try to use some modern methods, some new methods, to actually produce energy from coal, but not necessarily by burning it. Just treating it as an ore, new type of ore of elements that stand a basis for modern technological approaches. Next, please. So this is all for today. Terima kasih, matur nuwun. As a small comparison of a heap and a Merapi volcano, it's up to you to say if it's similar or not. And I hope my speech could show you that it is not a good idea to use a 0-1 approach, even in such a dirty case as is coal. Thank you.
Thank you to Dr. Lukas Kruzewski for a very incredible scientific session. We extend our profound gratitude to the School of Postgraduate Studies and to Professor Thomas Root, Professor Sudarto, and Dr. Lukas Kruzewski for sharing their groundbreaking research.
As a token of our appreciation, we now present certificates of honor to our keynote speakers, inviting all our keynote speakers to the stage, as well as Dean of the School of Postgraduate Studies, Professor Insinyur Muhammad Agung Wibowo, MMSc, PhD, to the stage to present the awards, followed by a group brief of photo session.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed to our first panel discussion, let us light up the mood by enjoying an uplifting musical performance by Diponegoro University's Engineering Choir to deliver songs titled Lihatlah Lebih Dekat, Sue Ora Jamu, and Gambang Semarang.
Irama gambang, empat penari, kian kemari, jalan berdenggang, langkah gayanya menurut suara. Irama gambang,
bersukaria,
tertawa, hati tertarik, gerak-gerik si tukang gendang.
hati tertarik, singendi seh, hati tertarik,
Singendi,
hati tertarik,
Singendi.
tukang gendang,
Si tukang gendang, suka dan duka, sahabat yang selalu ada dalam suka dan duka. Tempat yang nyaman kalau ku terjaga dalam hidupku yang lelah. Pergilah sedih, pergilah resah, jauhkanlah dan sangka. Pergilah gundah, jauhkan kesah dan segalanya. Lebih dekat dan kau bisa lebih bijaksana. Mengapa bintang bersinar, mengapa air mengalir, mengapa dunia berputar, lihat segalanya lebih dekat dan kau akan mengerti. Oh, mengapa bintang bersinar, mengapa
Thank you to Diponegoro University's Engineering Student Choir for that delightful performance, who in recent years won many international awards, such as the Grand Champion of the 3rd Annual Asia Choral Grand Prix and the Grand Champion for the 18th Busan Choir Festival and Competition. Let us give them another round of applause. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we now move into our first panel discussion.
The theme for the first panel discussion is Redefining the Water Energy Nexus, a holistic ESG approach to climate resilience and resource security.
Our panel brings together renowned experts, Professor Kuo Wei Liao, Mr. Graham Robert Bell, and Insinyur Agus Cahyo Adi, ST.MT. This session will be moderated by Dr. Insinyur Doni Prakasa Eka Putra from the Indonesian Groundwaters Expert Association.
Dr. Doni and honorable panelists, the floor is yours.
Yes, can I start now? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to the panel discussion 1. So my name is Doni Prakasa Eka Putra. I come from Universitas Gadjah Mada. And I'm very proud today that I become the moderator of this session. And I hope all of you is still keeping in this room because our lunch time is actually at 5:12, yeah. So I'm sorry if we are holding your lunch, yeah. Is this okay that we are continue? Okay, yeah. But I have already mentioned that it is better to stop for lunch at 12:30. Yeah. So we hope that this panel discussion will going fast, but give more experience and change of discipline between these panelists. So I will introduce to you, there are 3 panelists. First one is the Graham Bell. Mr. Graham Bell has spent about 28 years working in the mining industry, primarily in geotechnical engineering with intensive responsibility for hydrology and hydrogeology, function across a range of mining operations. And throughout his career, he has managed geotechnical, hydrological, hydrogeological team for mining company operating across Africa, Central America, and Asia, and working in environment ranging from arid desert region to challenging tropical condition. And now currently, Mr. Graham is the manager of geotechnical hydrology and hydrogeology for Merdeka Copper Gold, when he oversees this discipline across the company operation. And then the second one is Professor Kuo Williao. Is a professor at National Taiwan University since 2020, become the professor, but he was start from 2004, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, and his research focus on risk assessment, smart disaster prevention, and uncertainty modeling. And professionally, he served as the managing editor for the Body and Water Environmental Journal and will chair the 2028 EP SRR Symposium in Taipei. Recognized for academic excellence, he received the 2024 Agricultural Engineering Academic Award and has published extensively in high impact journal. And the last one is Mr. Agus Cahyadi, is the energy expert born in Blitar, February 1967. He holds a bachelor in statistics from ITS and master in mechanical engineering from Universitas Indonesia. He began his career at BPPT from 1990 to 2006 as energy economic researcher and modeler. And since 2006, he has served in various leadership roles within the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources. His prominent roles include Head of Data and IT, Head of Bureau of Communication, and since November 2024, appointed as Head of Center for Groundwater and Environmental Geology. Let's give a big applause first to these 3 panelists. And according to the term of reference from this committee, the first panelist will be given by Professor Covilio. And I hope maybe 7 minutes of presentation, if can. Yes, please. Professor Covilio will give a presentation with the theme Digital Innovation for Climate Resilient Water and Environmental Infrastructure. The time is yours, Professor.
Thank you for Chairman's introduction. And originally I would like to say good morning, but right now looks like it's good afternoon. Okay. And first of all, I would like to thank for the host organization to invite me to be here to have this opportunity to share our recent studies. And as you can see, the topics I would like to share today, corresponding to the conference themes, sustainable tomorrow, we have 3 keywords. As you can see, the first one is climate change. And I think because the threat from climate change actually is rising, I think this is one of the reasons why people nowadays, we're talking more and more about the sustainability. And the second keyword in my title is natural-based solution. So basically today I would like to share the experience how we implement the NBS in Taiwan. And the third keyword in this title is the multi-hazards. As I already have several conversations with delegates yesterday, we mentioned that actually I'm not sure it's lucky or unlucky for Taiwan. We have several different hazards. So when we talk about the sustainability, we need to talk about the hazards. And the hazards we will be covered today, we are talking about the flooding, landslide, infrastructure, and the transportation systems. Next, please. When we try to implement NBS in Taiwan, actually there are a couple questions rise or several challenges. First of all, actually this is kind of, at least for me, in the past maybe 4 or 5 years, this is the new term for me. So people start to ask, what is NBS? What's the definition of the NBS? How to implement? Fortunately, actually for the IUCN, actually they provide 28 standards. So people can follow that kind of standard to execute the NBS in the area they are interested. But however, after detailedly looking at the 28 standards, we still don't know how to implement NBS in Taiwan. So instead, as you can see on this slide, actually we try to have an integration process. We have 5 steps. But actually, again, we still try to answer the question I just asked myself earlier. What is NBS? Because actually, for engineers in Taiwan, before NBS, actually we do have ecological engineering. So what's the difference compared to these tools? So here is a couple response. First of all, actually the problem actually is no longer defined by engineers. So maybe when we try to solve or govern the river problem or mountain problem, actually the problem need to be discussed by several different people. For example, the local stakeholders. For example, the NGO. For example, the ecologists. So the problem itself actually is not defined by the engineers itself. And then as you can see, when we start the project, actually we ask ourselves, what kind of scientific tools on our hand? So we try to perform the deterministic and the probabilistic, and then we convert the probabilistic results to a safety factor. Just for your information, for probabilistic evaluation framework, we refer here actually is considered a level 3 analysis. But usually that's for academic use. So in order to convince more engineers to understand what's the benefit of the NBS, so we convert the probabilistic evaluation results to a safety factor. Next, please. So Another definition or a very simple sentence to describe MBS is, in addition to love the nature, we need to learn from nature. So when we try to implement this kind of project, actually, first challenge is very difficult to find a right location to implement an MBS. Because I think, to be honest, I think everyone, at least in my research team, is not every problem can be solved by MBS. Some problem maybe still need to rely on traditional engineering approach. So we need to find a very good demonstration site which is right for MBS. So luckily we find, actually this is the location in the northern part of Taiwan, is the Huangxi River mouth. Originally, as you can see on the slide, originally actually on the location of the river mouth, there is a fishing port. But because of this, there's a sedimental issue, there's a flooding issue for the fishing port. So about 20 years ago, actually our government moved this river mouth to another location. So we built a couple 100 meters above. We built the river bank. So the river no longer runs through the fishing port. But however, very soon we realized actually there's an abandoned channel there. The abandoned channel, actually there's a pollution issues. And in addition to that, actually on the upstream area, which is the petty water area, actually there's a flooding issue. So talking about the learning from nature, naturally actually the river should be in at its original location. So we try to make a project is make the original channel become a wetland to create a win-win situation. We can at the same time solve the ecosystem problem, and at the same time we also solve the flooding issue. Next, please. So as you can see, as engineers, we like to see number. So this is all the tools we try to use. For example, for the inundation area, we utilize the hydrology and the hydraulic software. We have this kind of number for the 15 return period, 2-year return period, and for the this is one thing also different from the traditional engineering approach is we also calculate the carbon storage, and we also care about the habitat suitability. Basically, the river habitat suitability is calculating based on the simulation results. The simulation results refer to the river depth and the river velocity. So looks like all the numbers here are very good. Next, please. So further, in addition to the deterministic analysis, we would like to, as Professor Thomas earlier mentioned, that uncertainty is a very important issue, especially for MBS. Actually, so another issue is in Taiwan, river engineers, they are not just has the responsibility to make sure the river is safety. Actually, this is enforced by law. If any river actually causes any damage, actually the officers from our government has the responsibility by law. So they are, when we try to say, okay, there is a new tool called MBS, we try to implement this kind of new solution to try to solve the climate change problem. The first question they concern is the safety issue. So deterministic analysis may not be good enough, so we perform the reliability analysis. Thanks for, sorry about that, in the very beginning I forgot to thank my students. And for this part of the work, actually I especially would like to thank my student, which is John Teddy, right now work for Diponegoro University. And for this particular problem, actually, I would like to just give you some note is for hydraulic analysis, usually will take you like 5 or 6 hours for a deterministic analysis. For this kind of reliability analysis, usually if you perform the Monte Carlo simulation, usually you need to 10,000 or even 100,000 times repeat calculation, which is actually not affordable. So thanks for John's development. Actually, we have the Saturday-based reliability analysis, so we can finish this kind of analysis in a couple of days. Next, please. Okay, and when we talk about MBS, if you realize that is actually earlier, we tried to introduce actually only the location of the river mouth. the scale actually is not big enough. If people from NBS feel they were talking about actually NBS should be at least the catchment scale. So in order to convince the other people, we are demonstrate a very good NBS implementation. So we expand our study area from the river mouth area to the entire catchment. And for this slide, actually, this is the result from my colleague, actually Professor Zhang. And to be honest, I do not understand the mechanism behind this, but all I understand is they can calculate the flooding situation in maybe just 10 minutes. So it's a very fast calculation. Next slide. So in addition to expand our study area from the river mouth to the catchment scale, actually we also realized, as at the very beginning I already mentioned that in Taiwan we have multi-hazards. So if we only consider a single hazard, actually is always not good enough. Taking example in this year, actually we have the landslide dam lake in Hualien area, which is the eastern part of the Taiwan. Actually, because of the landslide, we have the landslide dam lake, and then they have the overtopping, and then there's a debris flow, and the bridge is damaged, and then the flooding situation is in a community. Unfortunately, they killed 19 people in this event. So this is why we start to consider actually we should have the multi-hazard. And because this is the watershed scale approach, so when we try to calculate the risk of the landslide, we need to perform in the regional modeling. Next, please. And then actually, in total, this is actually my final presentation, final slide. I hope this is good news for you. And talking about the multi-hazards, as you can see on the top left, actually, we're talking about the flood risk, which is a result from Professor Zhang. And then on the landslide risk team, which is my responsibilities. And then actually we combine these two hazards together. Actually, for example, like if there is some area we consider the landslide may be occurred. So we are in fact actually or cascading this kind of hazard to the river risk analysis team. So taking, for example, like originally in our hydraulic analysis modeling, actually is a fixed bed analysis. If there is a landslide, maybe the debris flow, actually, so the model will become a movable bed hydraulic modeling. And then this kind of analysis results actually will also deliver to the bridge risk team. In the bridge risk team, actually they were based on the analysis results of the flood risk team. So they will analyze by using the finite element model to analyze the bridge will collapse or not. And then once or in case the bridge is collapsed, actually will influence the traffic or transportation system in this area. Actually, in this catchment area, actually, we already have several communication with the local agency. And sorry about it, it's not in detail. If there's a damage occurred in this area, actually outside this area, people, if we try to, the rescue team, if we try to send the heavy machine into this area, they need to know which route they should enter. So we need to know which route right now still okay for the rescue team to enter this watershed area. So that's the final result. We have the total integrate every kind of risk. And then we realized in Taiwan it's very interesting, at least for me. This kind of the early warning message usually is delivered by line, the instant message. So we have the platform. But the platform actually is not intentionally try to replace the platform of the government, because I think each government already have their very mature platform. This platform actually is for communicating for this 4 teams, for ourselves. And then we can share all the analysis results, and then if once we find some area actually or some route actually is right now is disconnected, we will send this through line to the local stakeholder, like the hospital, like the fire department, like the village chief. And hopefully this kind of message can make them to make their final decision for this kind of disaster. And sorry about that, I didn't make my conclusion slide, but in the end, I would just like to conclude that basically today's presentation, we introduce how our MBS implementation experience, and we also expand from the river mouth area, local area, to the catchment scale area, and then in addition to consider the single hazard, we also consider the multi-hazard. I think this is all I have today, and I hope it is helpful to you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kobe Lau, that you have already presented about the nature-based and engineering solution, and also smart infrastructure and ESG-driven decision-making for sustainable water energy system. So I will ask the second panelist, Mr. Agus Cahyono Adi, to presenting his topic with the theme of the groundwater governance for sustainable infrastructure and ESG. Please. The floor is used for presentation. About 7 minutes or 8 minutes.
Thank you for PAAI and ICENIS committee to give us opportunity to share our work on monitoring and manage the groundwater management in Indonesia. Yeah. Next slide, please. Yeah, as we know that we in Indonesia already enact law on water management. In this water resource management, there's 3 pillars. First is taking care of conservation, and then secondly, how we manage utilization. Another one is how we protect, how to omit the destructive power to control the destructive power of the water. These 3 pillars, we work together within interministerial and also with local government and central government to work together to have as the topic today is the nexus between food, energy, and water. And of course, we have to protect the environment to maintain the function of groundwater as ecosystem to protect the ESG. Yeah, it is our consideration how to manage, and as we already saw this morning, we preparing how we saw the condition of water aquifer along Indonesia. We evaluate its water table that's safe, vulnerable, critical, or damaged. This condition is our basic to give permission, to give a permit to the one that asking for permission to utilize groundwater. Besides that, we also integrated with the geological condition to give suggestion to manage especially the coastal area. And another picture in the right bottom, this showing that out of 400 groundwater basin, 13 of that is need attention. 13 is already vulnerable to the damage. Next. And how we manage as integrated management from we controlling, we monitor the balance of water within groundwater basin. We manage the use it, and another thing, we are also share our the condition of the groundwater basin and showing what place of the richest place. The richest area we share to our colleague in spatial planning to give to manage them as conservation area. And if someone use that area, they have to use engineering to manage the area that to allow the water recharge. Yeah, and this our challenge in upstream deforestation and reducing, as I mentioned previously that we show to any region, and we also have one party that when we evaluate spatial planning in this area, we showing this area is should be blocked, which area should be need attention, then another area is open for utilization. And then in downstream, our challenge is as our head of agency mentioned this morning, our water supply, pipeline water supply is still limited. That's why many people and many industry still rely to groundwater. Then this one we evaluate, and then we monitor that the balance of recharge and discharge should be balanced. If the delta Q in this area is negative, then we limited permitting of water discharging. And then our policy in downstream is we prioritizing priority is usage of surface water. So if someone, if industry asking permission, permit for utilize groundwater, we contact, we use comprehensive data from Ministry of Public Works and asking about the balance of water, surface water in this area. If the balance already limited, then we limit the permit to use the water. And then how we protect as in another site to protect to support the food plantation. We give priority as I mentioned in our law that for plantation and also for food is the main priority utilize of water. We give attention on that. And then another thing on ESG is in environment. And currently, next slide please. Some place already have land subsidence, and we conducting monitoring system in the area. We already set up some monitoring that we know that land subsidence is not because of the discharging of the water, over discharge of the water, but we also evaluate what the condition of using engineering technique or geology technique. We evaluate, we conducting a survey and mapping from along the area what the type of the engineering geologic in that area. And then we install the monitoring system. One system we installing physical pole to allow monitor how deep, what the rate of the land subsidence to compare with geodetic from the satellite. So then we, as showing here, we can from INSAR, from satellite, and then in the bottom is one sample of our physical monitoring. We comparing and we give input to the regional government and also to the public work to protect the coastal. Currently, we are still undergoing to develop, to build our coastal management protection in undergoing, that we give input to select what construction should be installed in such area. In such area, that one is ecosystem, we use nature-based solution. And such area, they install build coastal brick. Another one is that's very hazardous, and then install sea wall. That we undergoing to select which technology is the best for such area and another area. I think this one, if in the news, maybe you read in the news, but Indonesia undergoing building a giant seawall. Giant seawall is mean this is not concrete seawall along the coastal in northern part of Java, but in such area is seawall. Such area is nature-based solution, and another part is another technology. Yeah, I think that's I can share. And another thing, next one is showing this special this place, this Semarang city is very special because the geological condition and the elevation of the land is very vulnerable. And this one is one our priority, government priority to protect this area, because in relation to the social, along northern part of Java Island is already occupied with economic and also people. That's why we have to protect the area to make a sustainable economic activity in this area. I think that that I can share. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Agus Sayana Adi, with the explanation of the national policy of governance framework and with the case study for Semarang. Okay, let's continue for the last panelist for this first panel discussion, Mr. Graham Robert Bell.
Okay, so selamat siang. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the committee for inviting me here. And basically what I'm going to talk about is using water as a thread to connect everything through, to show how redefining a holistic environmental, social, and government approach can be used in groundwater in the mining industry. Okay, next slide. The next slide, please. Okay, so really what we'll be looking at here is how groundwater and subsurface water connects through in terms of stability management, operational efficiencies, safety, environmental performance, our energy management, corporate governance, which is quite important, as well as our community, how our impact with the community is handled. Next slide. Okay, just on the safety side, on the mining industry, we really have holes in the ground, but we also construct storage facilities, both for waste and stockpiles. And water has an influence on these storage facilities of ours, particularly the surface water, but also how subsurface water behaves within the base of the structure. And understanding that and managing that is very important to ensuring stability of these temporary and permanent structures in terms of the waste dump. Next slide. Okay, from the mining side as well, proper management of surface water assists us in managing our roads by reducing maintenance and allowing us to access ore a lot quicker. So from our point of view, we do a lot of effort in managing surface water, and this is just some examples of what happens when you don't do it. You end up with quite serious damage and quite a lot of work and expense to get back. So ensuring that we design proper drainage and drainage facilities both within the haul roads as well as managing the surface water off the haul roads becomes very important to us. Next slide. Within the pit, there's also water, groundwater particularly is very important to understand because it has quite an impact on the stability of our high walls as well as the safety of them. And this was just an example of us tracking our subsurface water, and what we could see is we had sort of three independent aquifers, and we were having seepage within our pit, and we drilled horizontal holes into that. Next slide. And the impact of that, you could see, was almost immediate in our mid and lower, where we saw around a 320 kPa reduction in the middle sensor and about a 72 kPa reduction in the lower sensor. But within the upper sensor, we didn't really see any change, showing its connectivity back to surface. So if you can just go to the next two slides, just skip two, please. Go. Another one. Okay, next one. Okay, so just in terms of surface water management, it's very important from an environmental point of view because there's quite a lot of environmental concerns with the surface water in terms of contaminants, and dealing with those contaminants becomes quite important. Not only that, the mining industry can actually use that water. So if you construct and understand your surface water and how much you're going to be dealing with at any one time, you can effectively manage your drier season's water requirements from the water that you've collected during the wet season. And basically we do that through a whole water balance. So trying to understand how much water we're going to receive and how much water we're going to use, how much water we're going to lose through adsorption and through evaporation, and then planning how we're going to effectively use that water long term. Okay, next slide. Then on to the social and community side. Yep, mining industry does impact people around them. And our local community is probably the ones that are going to be impacted the most because they're left with the legacy of what has happened with the mining industry. So they become an important partner for the mining industry. And open communications between them become very important. The government is also an important partner with us, and making sure that we are compliant within the requirements, both of the country and of the government, becomes very important for us as well. Okay, next slide. Okay, just from the social point of view, mining has always been seen as a villain and a big pollutant, which is true because the pollutants that we produce have a long life within the system, so they're very difficult to get rid of. The mining industry initially, when it started, did not understand that. They were not good at managing that. And basically that impact has basically stayed with the mining industry. The mining industry has put a lot of effort into moving that forward and trying to clean up their act, and I think we've got very good at it, but we're still not perfect. And again, this is the whole interaction between government, the community you're within, and yourself as the mining industry to listen to the complaints, to analyze the validity of the complaints, to find a solution to resolving that problem, and doing it as fast as possible, because the sooner we can fix it, the lower the damage in the long term. Okay, next slide. Okay, so I'll ask the question here, is governance necessary? Next slide. The honest answer is absolutely. There's no doubts in mind. You can't manage yourself, that's a known fact. You do need to have other people giving you the other point of view. So the question is, how do you become an effective governance of a system? So next slide. And it's really through government regulation, through investor regulation. So most mines require a lot of money to get started, and you have to get money from investors, and they often are very sensitive to what the outside environment thinks of you, so you've got to manage that. Your social requirements and social responsibilities are very important, and then of course the company ethos. So what does the company believe in? Okay, next slide. Okay, just in terms of governance internally on ourselves, how we do that. So basically on the surface water, we model what we believe we're going to get, and then we sit and measure, okay, what do we do and how do we see it? So really what that entails is us monitoring flow from like our underdrains, from our sediment ponds. We go out, we do seepage mapping, so wherever we get seepage, we map it. We track what the volumes are that are coming out of that. And then we also manage our contaminated water through various sediment ponds, control dams, and final discharge points. Then on the next slide, on the subsurface side, really we do the monitoring through open tube piezometers, vibrating wire piezometers, and then we use that information to then create groundwater models, and then we project those into the future to see what our long-term impact potentially could be. Okay, next slide. Okay, so one of the questions that you always get is, well, how good is your data? And that's always a valid question. It's very difficult to manage and know for sure. So we try and do that through various processes of ensuring that our installation is done as close to the standard as possible, and that equipment is working initially at installation. We then track its performance through various processes of like in piezometers, in the open tubes, we would do upset tests or slug tests to determine whether they're still working effectively. For vibrating wire piezometers, we do pumping tests to see if they respond to the pumping. And then we all collect and collate all this data into a centralized database. And basically we review this information regularly because it's important to us, and it's important to us to understand our impact and how we're going to project that impact into the future. Also, because of the regulations and also because of the mining responsibilities to the investors, we regularly have reviews. So internally we would have an annual third-party review of the information and where we believe we are and what the third party believes we're doing right and wrong. But also we have annual government reviews pertaining to our water discharge as well as our dam permits. So we regularly are audited from multiple points of view. Okay, next slide. So really this is just showing our groundwater model initially, what we had, and then the next slide please, what we had predicted our impact would be long term, and then we will start checking the validity of that long-term view based on our information that we collect. You can go to the next slide, that's fine, thank you. And basically that information that we collect, we actually use to make decisions basically on how to manage the water. And one of the key things for us, because water is scarce, is how can we reduce our consumption of water and how can we use that water most effectively. You know, pumps and pumping are very expensive, so to try and reduce our requirements to get water from an outside source, we try and contain the water as much as we can within our area of control, and we try and reuse that as much as possible. And generally what we do there is we try and separate our contact water with our non-contact water. So our non-contact water we'll let go to the environment because it hasn't been influenced by the mining. But the contact water we will then put into various storage facilities and reuse it later. Okay, next slide. Okay, just on release and management of water to ensure that we are releasing acceptable water to the environment, we do monitor our water that is released. We monitor our pH, our ESS, our TSS, as well as the volume of water that we're releasing, and that is reported to the government basically daily. These are automated systems that are measuring here, and they get released to the government. Okay, next slide. That's it.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Graham Robert Bell, for the presentation about the ESG implementation and groundwater stewardship in the mining sector. We still have about 5 minutes of discussion because the name is panel discussion. So I will let the audience to give some questions regarding these three presentations from the Professor Ho Wee Lau and Mr. Agus Cahyo Ade or Mr. Graham Robert Bell. Are there any questions from the audience? Yeah, if not, do you have Professor Rude? Because no one. Yeah, you can use my.
I like with my first question to pick up your example from a river basin. When you are reshaping this river basin with new wetland and something else, how you manage this process with the society to move people out or in? You have new areas which are cannot use as before. We have a new shape. Maybe we have new retention rooms for the river system. You have this nice example from your work in Taiwan. As I understand that you have reshaped. No, you don't hear this? Myself? I come to you.
Maybe I will repeat your question.
Yes. Example you showed to us from your river system.
It's okay. Please, Professor Go. Because I don't hear the question also.
Okay, sorry.
You can explain to the audience what is the question and what is the answer.
Okay.
Yes, you can just sit down.
Sorry, but I will try to repeat Professor Thomas' questions. Because when you using the microphone, we cannot hear clearly on the stage. So basically, based on my understanding, your question is because for my first demonstration example, actually for the abandoned channel, we reshape into the wetland. And when we reshape the wetland, and because the land use actually has been changed, what's the communication results with the local people? Actually, because time is limited, when I present this topic, I didn't provide the details. But I did mention that the problem actually is no longer defined by engineers only. So when we try to reshape this abandoned channel, actually we do have several meetings with the village chief and the local residents. And then actually they all agree to reshape this abandoned channel because right now the current condition is badly, the water quality is very bad. But however, they do have a very serious concern. If you still remember, is during my presentation. Originally, when 20 years ago, our government tried to change the river mouth to another location, it's because of the issue of the safety. So safety is still their first concern. So if that means actually if we reshape the abandoned channel to wetland, that means we allow the water go through or run through this abandoned channel again. So they are considering what's the volume of the river, the river will go through this abandoned channel. So that's the big issue for the local residents. And then that's also another reason we try to adapt more advanced analysis, which is reliability analysis. Of course, communicate with the regular people with the results of the reliability analysis is very difficult. But at least they kind of, sorry about that, is because I'm from National Taiwan University, and my university has a very good reputation in Taiwan. So I kind of take advantage of the name of my university. So I kind of convinced them is this kind of redesign actually is okay. The safety is no longer, is not an issue. So in addition to consider the ecosystem, the landscape, and then the safety issue is also at the same time is, as I mentioned earlier, is a win-win situation. So for this particular demonstration example, actually it ran quite well. And thank you. I hope I answered your question. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Kwe Lau. Any other question from the audience? Okay, please, Pak Irwan, our head of the PAAI.
Yeah, because we are here in the same room, there are two type of hydrogeologists here, hydrogeologists in mining company and hydrogeologists in water resource. My question and a point of view from maybe from Pak Acha, also Pak Graham, and also Professor Liu, regarding can we use the mine water as the part of water resources in terms of governance? Because in the mining, you do watering the pit, do watering the underground, and there are the groundwater or surface water abstraction, water ponding. Can we use this water as a new or as a part of water resources strategy? That's my question. Yeah.
Okay, who will first answer? Let's. Pak Agus first from the governance. Because the question is from for these three panelists, yeah? So all of them should answer also. Okay.
Okay. I think water is water. Water is one physics that there's one cyclus. And then mining is a use of the use of the ground, this cutting ground, and when they cut the ground in some place, they cut the aquifer. So, in my opinion, mining water is water that we have to use as maximal as possible to as balance. As I mentioned previously, we have to keep the balancing recharge and discharge. If we not use, then in our terminology is dolim. Your dolim is we have but we throw away. In some place we need to energy to relieve the water to use. And this mining, they cut the aquifer, then they get water by discharging. Use as maximal as possible. Yeah, of course, using the standard of health, environment, and such and such. And our policy, we ask to utilize the water as much as possible. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Agus. Who will answer next? Mr.
Yeah,
Okay.
I agree. As long as the water has been tested and found potable, you could use water from the mining industry, and it's more than possible to clean it. There's many ways already. There's lots of technologies available to do it. So in my opinion, it's more than possible to be able to reuse mine water post the mining, and it should be seen as a resource.
Yeah, please.
Sorry, because I'm not from mining engineering, but I try to answer the water resource, the situation in Taiwan. Actually, I'm surprised when I listen to presentation of Professor Thomas again. Sorry about that. In one slide, you mentioned that in Germany, actually, you have a long-distance water supply system. Actually, we do have a similar system in Taiwan. Actually, I don't remember which delegate I talked. Yes, that's line. Actually, we connect each reservoir in Taiwan from northern part, central part, and the southern part. And for your information, the rainfall amount, annually rainfall amount in Taiwan is 2,500 millimeters, which is in average is 2.5 times of the world average. Sounds like a lot, but however, because Taiwan, the mountain is very steep and the land is very small, so actually we lose the money a lot. So we still have the water resource problem. Shortage problem is a very special, it's a very important issue, especially nowadays, the TSMC, they built their factory everywhere. So the water resource is very important. So we do have this kind of the project. And I think just a complete in this year. So this year, the water shortage is improved, but I'm not sure in the future. And for the reuse, recently, we also try to reuse the water from the industrial. Because of my department right now is belong to the College of Agriculture. So we do a couple of different testing is try to use in the reuse water in the paddy field. Because we're talking about the water resource, because under the paddy field we use lots of the water. If in statistic, 70% of the water resource in Taiwan is used in agriculture. So we try to reduce this amount and then save money for TSMC. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. A big applause first for all the panelists. And I have already get warned from the committee, the time is limited. Yeah. So I will not give some conclusion. However, we can continue this discussion during the lunch. Yeah. So please, I believe that Professor Kowilau, Pak Agus Cahyadi, or Mr. Graham will very happy to discuss later on during this lunch. Yeah. So I close this panel discussion. Yeah, and thank you very much for all of you, the panelists. It's very good presentation and also good discussion about the ESG. And we do hope that this knowledge can be used by us here that come today in here about your presentation. So thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone, and let's go to the lunch. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Doni Prakasa Eka Putra, for brilliantly moderating this session, and to our panelists for such a thought-provoking exchange. Now, let us present the certificates of appreciation and take a photo. So, to all panelists and moderators, please stay in the stage while we invite the head of the Indonesian Groundwater Expert Association, Bapak Irwan Iskandar, PhD, to present the award.
thank you once again to our panelists and to our moderators. To all participants, you may proceed later after lunch for your first parallel session in your respected rooms announced ahead of this conference. The first and second room will be held in this ballroom, and the other rooms will be held in the 5th floor.
And to all participants who would like to see the artist's exhibition, it will be held at the Ministry of the Energy and Mineral Resources booth. Thank you.
Now, it is time to recharge. Please enjoy the lunch break until 1:15 o'clock, after which we will convene to the first parallel session. Thank you.
Dari alam untuk kehidupan. Setiap tetes air adalah sebuah perjalanan. Setetes rahmat yang membawa tanggung jawab untuk dikelola dengan bijaksana melalui konservasi dan perlindungan lingkungan, pengolahan yang bertanggung jawab, dan ekonomi sirkular agar manfaatnya terus mengalir bagi masyarakat, lingkungan, hingga generasi mendatang. Karena bagi Mayora Group, keberlanjutan bukan hanya tentang menghasilkan produk berkualitas, melainkan tentang menjaga keseimbangan alam, memberdayakan masyarakat, dan mewariskan sumber daya bagi generasi mendatang. Karena menjaga air berarti menjaga kehidupan. Mayora Group, serving goodness and happiness today and tomorrow.
Undip move forward with a new spirit and tagline, noble and valuable. This spirit must become the driving force behind all aspects of our Tridharma activities, academic, research, and community services. Noble reflects the spirit and commitment to always uphold the values of humanity.
Versi ini memiliki masa yang lebih ringan dibandingkan versi yang sebelumnya. Dan kami sertai dengan teknologi Android untuk bisa mengubah pola gerakan yang akan digunakan oleh pasien.
We are determined to become a world-class university, to be part of global epistemic community that continues to carry out reproduction of knowledge for the future of humanity.
Terkait tantangan global, keuangan yang stabil diharapkan keuangan domestik juga tetap solid.
Valuable signifies our unwavering commitment to remain connected with societal challenges.
Ini air laut, ini air dari mesin desalinasi siap minum.
We strive to consistently be a proactive agent of change, delivering solutions for the various problems of the nation.
Sebagai bentuk pengabdian kepada masyarakat, kami siap menyehatkan masyarakat dan memasyarakatkan kesehatan.
We are determined that Universitas Diponegoro will continue to strengthen its competitiveness on the international stage, fulfilling its vision as a world-class university by producing exceptional and highly skilled graduates.
University is from Indonesia, Diponegoro University.
With a new spirit and tagline, noble and valuable, we are confident Undip can make a meaningful contribution to local and global communities.
Undip bermartabat, bermanfaat.
Un aplauso para mami y papi, porque en verdad rompieron. Gracias mami por parirme aquí. Ey, el mejor de la nueva porque me crié en la vieja. Gracias a mami y papi por todos los jalos en oreja. Nunca me han visto en la calle ni en los podcasts dando queja. Tratan de medir fuerza y no pueden ni en pareja. Calle sol, calle luna, estrella en la noche oscura. Yo no canto reggae, pero sí cultura de Borinquen, PR, archipiélago perfecto. En el mundo entero ya conocen mi dialecto, mi jerga. A mí me importa un bicho lo que a ti te vale verga. Aquí mataron gente por sacar la bandera. Por eso es que ahora yo la llevo donde quiera, cabrón, ¿qué fue? Está peligroso. Si mañana muero, yo espero que nunca olviden mi rostro y pongan un tema mío el día que traigan a Otto. En la caja la bandera azul clarito y que recuerden que siempre fui yo, siempre fui Benito. Meterle más que yo, tú eres loco. Nah, cabrón, tú eres loco. Lo que tú digas, me importa poco, a mí me quieren como a ti, y soy serio como Coto. Lugia, oh, oh. Cabrón, yo soy legendario. Le meto con cojones y con ovario. Millonario sin dejar de ser del barrio, pa' que sepa. Aprieta, chamaquito, aprieta. De aquí nadie me saca, de aquí yo no me muevo. Dile que esta es mi casa, donde nació mi abuelo. De aquí nadie me saca, de aquí yo no me muevo. Dile que esta es mi casa, donde nació mi abuelo. Yo soy del Puerto Guillermo. Yo soy del Puerto Guillermo. Yo soy del Puerto Guillermo. Yo soy del Puerto Guillermo.
On the move forward with a new spirit and tagline, noble and valuable. This spirit must become the driving force behind all aspects of our Tridharma activities, academic, research and